everybody, good afternoon. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Sunday. Gonna hear a lot of traffic noise down below us, as you guys can probably hear already. We should be able to hear some of the departures here later on this afternoon, but our microphone, I can't hide it from all the traffic below us. I think this is our first time using this microphone here, but there's not a wall on the parking garage to hide all of that traffic noise down below us. So again, happy Sunday afternoon. Welcome to Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Sunday so far. We've got several getting ready for their departure. This one right here coming in from New Orleans, American 2287. Now today's going to be a little bit harder for me to keep track of all the flights, so bear that in mind. So I bumped up the start time a little bit earlier than what I had scheduled earlier, so I'm sure it'll be a while before we get all of our viewers in here. So if you guys are familiar with Charlotte, and even if you're not familiar with Charlotte, you'll see this one here make a left-hand turn. Big changes coming to Charlotte Douglas International Airport here. No longer do they go straight across. Remember, if you guys remember, there used to be a taxiway right here. They used to be able to go straight across there. They are no longer able to do that. You see they filled that all in with grass. So now at the end of the runway here, there is a looping type road around there, a looping taxiway. Don't know how many 777s we'll see today. Obviously, we're on the west side today because they're coming in from the south. So not a whole lot of good views over on the east side of the airport. That's where all the 777s come in out of, unfortunately. Looks like the next arrival is going to be American Airlines 3082 coming in from San Francisco. A321-200neo coming in from SFO over there. So you'll see that A321 come around. So this A319 landed earlier. So they'll come around this way to make a big loop. We've got a departure here up close. Adjust some audio as our SFO flight arrives. Let's turn that down just a little bit. Hopefully all sounds well. Maybe I have to turn myself down, make sure I'm not overpowering you guys or overpowering the ambient audio here. I just noted some clipping there upon that departure. So SFO arrival, catch that one again in a minute. We got another departure here. Looks like another A321 American Airlines. If you guys' favorite airline is American Airlines, you guys are in the right place today. Miss Carolina made the comment. She's like, it's nothing but American Airlines. And I was like, yeah, I know. Hard for us to we did set up, however, in front of the non-American Airlines terminal. It does still sound like it's clipping out, don't it? It's only clipping out on the departures. On the arrivals, it seems to be okay. Hopefully I still sound alright. I can hear it, but I just want to know what you guys' feedback is on it. Haven't brought this new microphone out here to Charlotte. Stand Up to Cancer livery is here. If you guys are wondering about specials, we got a couple here this afternoon. Hey, John V's also at Charlotte. We went over to the observation deck earlier this morning. Didn't see much of an opportunity to set up for a show over there, sadly. They've built up some big piles of dirt and just makes everything a little more difficult to see. Linka with a membership milestone. Ahoy to you, Linka. Thank you for being a member as always. Been a member for 3 months. Thank you so much, Linka. So again, welcome to Charlotte, Douglas. Gonna be quite the afternoon, I assume. Yesterday we spent all day watching the planes, kind of. So we were down at Carowinds. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with the Charlotte area. But we were down at Carowinds all day yesterday. Celebrating Miss Carolina's birthday. And I would just like it to be known that this show was all her idea, by the way. It is her birthday weekend, and she was like, let's do a show. I've not done one from Charlotte with you. So Miss Carolina's hanging out on her laptop watching the show. We've got a pushback right here. That's what we're sitting in this particular spot waiting for. We've got Southwest sitting here in front of us. So since we've been to Charlotte, or since the last time we were here, it's been about a year. They've had a new terminal open since the last time we were here. Let's zoom out just a little bit extra. So you can see Southwest here. This terminal has always been open since we've been here. This one right here directly in front of us. But this one over here was under construction the last couple of times we've been here. That one now finally open. And if you guys are wondering about different airlines, these two buildings are it. That's it. If you guys are unfamiliar with Charlotte, everything else here at Charlotte is American Airlines. And it extends all the way to the other side of the parking garage here. It makes a big U. Everything else is American Airlines aside from these two terminal buildings right here. Some people love Charlotte because of all the action. Some people love it because of American. I like it because of all of the action that goes on here. It's busier than LAX by a little bit, passenger volume. So we should have a very busy afternoon. Yeah, we're gonna have Etihad next year here in Charlotte. Need to try to be out here for at least one of their arrivals, Etihad. Need to make our way back up to Dulles again. So here's that pushback we were talking about a moment ago. We've got one 777 here already. I believe that 777 came in from Miami earlier in the day. Probably one of the only real flights that I know. And we've got some coming in from Madrid. There are some 777s coming, but again, I don't know that we're going to see any of those 777 arrivals, unless they arrive center here or on the far left side there. Ah, see, this one didn't take the long route around. So they still can come this way, but they just have to do it this way. Got some ERJ action today as well. Not something we see too much of. See that our 777 from Miami is sitting right here. You can see they're out there hard at work moving the earth, moving all the dirt. There goes our outbound. Now I didn't hook up the radio today because I didn't have time to program in Charlotte stations. Radio frequencies. Here in the next couple of weeks we're going to program those in. We need to program in Dulles. The radio I have is a little more difficult to program things in. C-175 getting out here with a steep climb out. So you'll hear me say hashtag hub life as we roll throughout the day. It's like right now it's a little on the slow side. So I don't know if any of you guys follow any of the news from Charlotte. I was watching the news last night and they were talking about a stowaway in late September. I don't know how many of you guys follow that. Somebody stowed away on a 777, flew from Guatemala to Madrid, Spain, and then here to Charlotte. Nobody discovered him in Madrid, but by the time he got here, sadly, was not a good outcome for that individual. They were talking about it on the news last night and this morning. Also, I wonder how often they have to charge these buses. So they have a big thing on the side of this, a 100% battery electric, zero emissions on the side of the CLT bus here. I'm wondering how long and how often they've got to charge those buses. So as we look down through there, a couple of 777s hanging out. Nothing over here on the Bravo gates. A couple over here on the Alpha gates, along with that one 777 that came in from Miami earlier. So the reason I say hashtag hub life, like right now, it's not very busy. But later in the afternoon, it will be, hey, 777 coming our way. First up is going to be Southwest 3183 coming in from Chicago Midway, 737-700. That one, 1 hour, 23 minutes of flight time. Followed by the 777, this one, American Airlines 731 coming in from London Heathrow. 7 hours, 54 minutes of flight time for that 777. So that's going to be hopefully a fantastic shot. Hopefully that 777 makes its way down here to this taxiway as we watch the arrival of Southwest from Chicago Midway. Hopefully there's a good mixture of my voice and the background noise. The departures are really, really loud here, so I turned the microphone down just a little bit. Nice smoky touch down there for Southwest. Again, Southwest from Chicago Midway. Did want to make sure we got on the air before the 777 arrivals. Hopefully we get more of them over here this afternoon. Hey Scott, good afternoon. Really windy afternoon here and in Charlotte. Glad you guys aren't suffering with the noise from all of the wind here, but it is very, very windy this afternoon in Charlotte. It was very windy yesterday too. All right, on to American Airlines 731 coming in from London Heathrow. This 777 flying almost 8 hours. The only one thing that I'm a little sad about is the fact that I wanted to be set up on the east side due to the Panthers game, but the wind direction just not allowing it for us here. I'm honestly surprised that we're getting this one from London. So just frame of reference, this is over a mile away, by the way. If I remember correctly, this shot is a mile away. So the 777 will make its way down the taxiway here. Again, that one from London. Back to this 777 here in just a minute. You saw Southwest turning into the gate. That'll be a good shot a little later on in the day as Southwest pulls into their gate. That 777 going to make a right-hand turn instead of going around the other way. Seven's going to go down even further. Oh, flight radar is going to mess up on me here. Try to give you some info here on that ERJ. That one coming in from Panama City, Florida. 1 hour and some change. 1 hour, 8 minutes. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2917 from MCO. Coming in from Mickey Mouse Town. Yeah, lots and lots of construction here in Charlotte too, with all the new runway going right in the middle. They're out there kicking up all kinds of dust this afternoon. So, 1 hour, 11 minutes from MCO. Lee Barber, good afternoon. A lot of things between here and over there. Again, that is over a mile away. Nice close-up of Southwest startup. Next arrival is going to be NetJets. EJ 407 coming in from Telluride. 3 hours 14 minutes. Embraer Phenom 300. It's going to be our next arrival this side. A couple of helicopters flying out there over the game, I presume. See that over there on flight radar. Hey, Hazel, good afternoon. Good almost evening for you there in the UK. Comes our American from Orlando. Looks like we might have one land center here in a minute. Possibly. We'll find out here in just a second. Looks like there might be an A321 coming in at center. We've got a departure up. It's like a 737. 800 on the move. Likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for the update there. Make sure if you guys haven't yet smashed that like button, please do so. Try to get to 200 here this afternoon. Hopefully you guys enjoy Charlotte. Gonna have to double check and see if that one is in fact coming center. Nope, it is going to come over on the left side, far left. Looked like it was going to come center there for a minute. They decided to switch them around on us. Hey, you guys want some different action here? We got some Spirit Airlines, the birthday cake livery, coming in here in just a few minutes. NKS 1651 coming in from Detroit. 1 hour 14 minutes of flight time. They still have about 4 minutes left in their journey this afternoon. Charging the battery. As we await this Southwest startup, I don't believe this is a MAX. I can't tell from this angle. Flight control testing being done on their 737. No, unfortunately, I don't think Breeze flies to Charlotte. If I remember correctly, no Breeze at Charlotte Douglas. Got an ERJ on the move. So that arrival right there is going to be American Airlines 2866 coming in from Phoenix Sky Harbor. 3 hours, 28 minutes of flight time from Phoenix. It's an A321-200. Again, the wind gusts pretty strong. It's jerking me around a little bit here. Trying to stay as stable as possible. So again, that one coming in from Phoenix Sky Harbor. You can see some of the mountains off in the background there. Mountains of western North Carolina. You can really see them, especially when you're looking over at the observation tower or deck over there, or whatever observation area, the park. Michael C., good afternoon. Good morning, I should say. Not quite afternoon, almost afternoon. Coming at us from Tulsa. Welcome to Charlotte. We don't get out here nowhere near enough. As a matter of fact, I think it's been nearly a year since our last Charlotte show. Hopefully, though, coming up real soon, we'll be out here more often. I've got a couple more things I've got to get done, and then hopefully we'll be out here at least once a month. Try to be anyway. Hopefully. About to have an A319 departure. Hey, Jay, good afternoon. Got this A319 about to roll out. Looks like Southwest's gonna grace us with their departure here shortly. They're getting ready to taxi into line down there. You know what, Drew? I honestly don't know. And I forgot that they're on the 3.6s today. Normally when I'm here, they're on the 1.8s. But yeah, so they're on the 3.6s today. So you get mostly center is our departures, and the arrivals far left side or far right side if they're coming in on the 1.8s. But again, today we're coming in on the 3.6s. That A319 waiting for some reason for departure. Looks like our next arrival, though, it's going to be a 737. American Airlines 2778 coming in from Grand Rapids. 1 hour 23 minutes of flight time for the 737-800, about to touch down over on the backside. Now we do have the Spirit Skittles livery in just a few minutes, as our A319 finally gets a move on. It'll be a nice early rotation. So the one from Grand Rapids, Michigan, touching down already. That 737 off in the distance. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines 3099 coming in from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 2 hours, 2 minutes of flight time for another 737-800. All the stuff between us, that far runway over there. So this one coming in from Grand Rapids, Michigan. That next one coming in from Minneapolis. Got a Delta 717. Just going out of camera sight here. Just started getting the 717s back at RDU. There for Delta Airlines. See that Delta 717 departure here in front of us in just a moment. Ready for the rapid fire departures here. We're gonna get these rapid fire arrivals here, it looks like. Spirit number 3 in line for arrival. Looks like our next arrival is going to be American Airlines at 1775 coming in from Detroit. A lot of northern flights right now. Grand Rapids, Michigan right there, Minneapolis there at the top of your screen, and now Detroit coming in next. Southwest getting ready for their departure. Out at the end of the runway. Swing to our Detroit flight. Southwest gets ready for theirs. Don't have TVs in the seat backs. Yeah. Last time we flew, of course, it's Frontier. They don't have much of anything, right? We didn't have TVs or anything in our seat backs. That was a year ago. As a matter of fact, I think it's a year ago Tuesday we flew out of RDU. I think that was on the 14th. So make sure you guys smash the like button here this afternoon. Greatly appreciate it. Lets me know that you guys truly enjoy the Charlotte shows. A lot of traveling effort goes into these Charlotte shows. Big gust of wind. By the way, if it sounds like I'm sick, well, I am. Spent this entire trip sick. Again, we did Carowinds yesterday, sick. Drove down here Friday night, sick. Started getting sick on Thursday, unfortunately. Somebody at work giving us that. Breezy Aviation gifted a membership there from Mrs. Carolina. I think it's Mrs. Carolina for the gifted membership. So Spirit Airlines is going to be our next arrival. We do have one little one out there. NKS 1651 coming in from Detroit, Michigan. That is going to be the birthday cake livery for Spirit Airlines, or Skittles, or whatever it's called. Some people call it Skittles. I call it birthday cake. Whatever you guys call this right here, it is a Spirit special. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't decide to make a trip up to DC with all the rain. Luckily, Charlotte hasn't gotten any of that rain there. Eastern Carolina on. So again, it's Spirit coming in from Detroit. Talking about that Spirit birthday cake livery. As you can see, the 777 here, that's what Miss Carolina's message is about, the Spirit birthday cake. Huh? Yeah, birthday cake. So the American 777 getting towed up to the gate, ready for their boarding and such. We've got that Delta 717. We'll pick that one up here in just a second. We do have Spirit about to make that left-hand turn here. Hey, Matt Man, good afternoon. Matt Man, you gonna watch a race later today? See who's on the pole for the race this afternoon. And that 717. Now we won't see Spirit again until its departure later this afternoon. So let's see, who all have we had touch down here? This one coming at you right now is American Airlines 2445 coming in from Houston, Texas. 2 hours, 15 minutes of flight time. The one behind it at A320 coming in, or A321, American Airlines 2957 coming in from Las Vegas. See that one in just a minute. Coming around. Again, stand up to breast cancer livery here, but I don't know if it'll come out over here or if it'll come out over here behind us to the east. If it comes out to the east, that'll be quite sad. Next arrival is going to be PSA Airlines, JIA 5245, coming in from Louisville. 1 hour, 7 minutes of flight time for the CRJ 900 LR. That one touching down right now. Speaking of CRJs, all right, next arrival over there is going to be, let's scroll back a little bit here. American Airlines 2786 coming in from Syracuse. 1 hour, 37 minutes of flight time for the A319. That one right there. Got another departure on the move. Of course, I think we'll give up the arrivals for departures, by the way, if you guys don't mind, being that the arrivals are so far away. Another CRJ. Yeah, Matt, man, I'm hoping for Denny to win, get in that Final Four. Next arrival, American Airlines. Let's check her out here. American Airlines 1886, coming in from Austin, Texas. 2 hours, 16 minutes flight time. Got another departure here. This one looks like an ERJ. Hey, we will see Spirit in the birthday cake livery up close. There it is. I figured that Spirit in that birthday cake livery would have went over to the other new terminal. Got a brief rain shower here, it feels like. I'm getting some rain on my legs and on the back of my neck. So get a good look at Spirit. Looks like we're going to have a 737 departure here in just a moment. We got another ERJ departure. CRJ. So many things to film today. Christopher Brown, thank you so much for the $4.99. Thanks for the CLT stream. You're welcome. Hopefully, again, hopefully soon we'll be able to make more trips down here to Charlotte. Spirit makes their way to the gate. I haven't seen Ramona yet. I'm about to message her and find out. About to message Ramona, find out where she's at, what she's up to. Make sure she's all right. Do that here in just a moment. So we got that 737 departure. Here we go, rapid fire departures. Looks like we got an A321 up next. That's one thing I love about Charlotte, it keeps me busy. Unfortunately though, I do miss out on a lot of you guys' chat. Wind is very, very gusty at the moment. I don't know if you guys can tell how much I'm struggling here a little bit with the gusty winds. Look at the umbrella and set it up. Because that's going to blow away. You're fighting with it, not me. Alright, so that one turning left right there, that is coming in from Nashville, American Airlines 2735. That is the One World livery there for zoom out here really fast while I send out this message to Miss Ramona. So we're going to see quite a bit of One World today, I think. We got the jet tips there for a bunch of One World liveries this afternoon. So the one coming down the taxiway right there. This is American Airlines 2808 coming in from Los Angeles. You can tell Miss Caroline is with us and hanging out today because lots of fun facts coming at you guys this afternoon. So, Christopher, I am up on the parking garage, the hourly parking garage. It's one of the only good locations, especially when they're on the 3.6s like this. So lots of planes back taxiing here, making their way around to the terminal. So I'm on the hourly garage, but I'm on the one of the fire escapes up here. It's really one of the only places you can see, and I'm on the west side of the parking garage. So right over here is the observation area, or the park. You can see the park off in the distance over there. We went over there this morning, as we do every time we come to Charlotte. We go over there, check things out, see whether or not it's plausible to do a show. We determined, obviously, not today. This is the absolute best vantage point for doing shows, Charlotte. Let's see, where'd that go? Got one that looks like it's trying to come center here. Maybe not. Looks like our next arrival, we've got a CRJ coming in now, but Frontier Airlines gonna be our next arrival. Frontier 4574 coming in from Cleveland, Ohio. Be the next arrival here in just a moment. You'll note that I tend to skip out on some of the CRJs and stuff. Hey, 92 likes. 8 likes away from being a halfway. Make sure if you guys haven't yet smashed the like button, please do so. Again, if you guys are just joining us, coming at you from Charlotte this afternoon. In the afternoon. Charlotte Douglas. Oh, there it is. There's our Frontier arrival. We've got a CRJ, ERJ departure here in just a moment. Windy the last time we were here too, if I remember correctly. And One World. So this just lets you know how long it takes for the planes to back taxi around, as One World finally makes its way around that new section there. Goes around and below the runway, as opposed to crossing the center two runways. We got an A321 departure. Hey, there's a friendly face we haven't seen in a while, Miss Molly. Good afternoon to you. This Frontier comes across. Hey, thank you, Donald, for watching the show. Know Asheville very well. Used to live about 50 miles west of Asheville. So thank you for joining the stream today. Always good to see new faces. Got another departure here, very early rotation for this CRJ. Nice straight shot into the gate here for this one. There's Frontier. Hey, it's Daisy and Parrish, the burrowing owls. I didn't even realize that was them. Parrish and Daisy. So me and Miss, almost a year to the day. Almost a year to the day we're seeing them again. We flew Daisy and Parrish last year. So they came in from Cleveland, Ohio. Got a couple of A321s ready to roll out down there toward the end. This one you see in now is American Airlines 1829 coming off the runway from Dallas, Fort Worth. Next arrival is going to be coming in from Bentonville. It's going to be American Airlines 3011. That's going to be an A319. Again, coming in from Bentonville. A lot of different names we don't get to mention at RDU. Off with that microphone. Some of these louder departures causing it to peak out. It's got another one about to depart. Don't want to turn it down too much more because then you're going to hear too much of me. Maybe turn me down just a little bit. Can't really tell if that's making a difference at all. So hopefully I don't want you guys to hear too much of me over the ambient audio. But I also don't want you to hear that crackling either of that microphone. So again, this A319 from Bentonville. Got a whole host of planes coming in, one of which being a 777 coming in from Frankfurt, American Airlines 705. Unfortunately, like I stated early in the show, all of the heavies will probably come around behind us, unfortunately. Thank you, Molly. 22 months hanging out with us here in North Carolina. Thank you, Molly. Glad to see you're back for a Sunday show. Oh, did he? Hey, congratulations, yes indeed. Glad to see you got your certification. So again, I apologize. It is hard for me to watch the stream when it's busy like this. And we are about to get really busy here shortly. Lots of arrivals. Spirit birthday cake. Let's take a quick peek at flight radar once again. Next arrival is going to be an ERJ, CRJ. Hold on. There's too many planes. It won't let me click on the right thing. No, this is Air Canada. Jazz Aviation coming in from Toronto. JIA 5020. 1 hour 32 minutes of flight time from Toronto. No. Hold on. No, it's American coming in from Toronto. Sorry, I was thinking of, it's PSA coming in from Toronto. Sorry, not Air Canada. I saw CRJ Canada. I completely messed it up. That's all right. Coming in from Toronto, this one. Next arrival, American Airlines 1842, coming in from New Orleans, an A321-200. 1 hour, 35 minutes of flight time. That 777 about to touch down over there behind us. Looks like it's raining in downtown Charlotte. Folks at the Panthers game probably going to get wet. Yeah, the CRJ is all Mitsubishi. Got a Contour getting ready to go for departure. Contour number 2 for departure. Looks like we got an American ERJ. Do I hear a helicopter flying over? Contour already on the move. I believe they're rocking the CRJ 200s. Contour Airlines. We'll find out here in just a second. I'll pull that one up on flight radar. It's easier to get the arrivals than it is to get the departures at the moment. Contour Airlines headed off to Lewisburg, flying at ERJ 135. Next arrival, American Airlines 1203 from Buffalo. That's going to be American Airlines Air Cal Retro. So the Air Cal Retro livery coming in next. This is one thing I do love about coming down to Charlotte. You get all of the retros, all of the special liveries. There's one of my absolute favorites. So Christopher Brown, they're building a new runway between center and left, what is left today. So they're building a new runway out there. Not sure when that construction's supposed to be done, but as we check out Air Cal coming to us, I should say. They're coming at us from Buffalo, New York. Got a Southwest about ready to push back. Gates moving. Hopefully we'll see Stand Up to Cancer. If that one didn't already leave, Stand Up to Cancer showing up before we started the show here this afternoon. Hey, did you roll your window? It's a driver window. Got some rain blowing in here. So the one you see just behind Air Cal there, that's American Airlines 1743 coming in from Fort Lauderdale at A321. Again, the wind is quite gusty. You'll see the camera shake a little bit more. Carolyn, good afternoon. Southwest pushback. Yeah, again, I didn't program the radio in. I only have the radio programmed for Raleigh at the moment. I need to program in Dulles and I need to program in Charlotte. So a couple of them getting off the runway here. Again, a busy afternoon. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2007 coming in from Pensacola, Florida. I've got a departure here. It is harder for me to get the departures than it is to get the arrivals announced to you guys. So we haven't forgot about departures, obviously. Just harder for me to find them on flight radar. Southwest starting engines right here. Let's see, we got another departure. No more departures at the moment. Gonna see that Air Cal livery up close. Part of why we're just hanging out here. Speaking of special liveries, once again, if you guys are just joining us too, we do have Spirit Airlines in the birthday cake livery. Stand Up to Cancer is or was here earlier before we started the stream here this afternoon. So Air Cal should come around in a minute. If you guys are new to Charlotte or you guys are wondering why that 737 is moving northbound there, they did complete the loop at the end of the center runway. So now they don't have to stop anybody from crossing. They just make that loop. Departures continue to happen. It's a lot like Atlanta. Atlanta has one of those loops on both ends of the center runway, if I'm not mistaken. Speaking of Air Cal, here they come. Give them another minute or so. Pop out behind Spirit birthday in just a moment. Due out at 1:10. Oh, then it's already gone. If it was due out at 1:10 at 1:45, so they may be gone already. There it is. Ramona just messaged me all confused. There she is. There's Miss Ramona. All right. Lots and lots to see here at Charlotte this afternoon. There you go, a little info coming at you up on the screen. Miss Carolina giving you guys all the info today. We need to bring her with us more often. That's what I texted her, Matt, man. I was like, your fans are missing you. They're wondering where you're at. She's like, what? Happening right here. Air Cal sitting there waiting a moment. Oops. A couple of CRJs coming down us here in just a minute as Air Cal. Hopefully I didn't just mess that up. Hopefully we don't have any off-edge problems there. I touched the computer screen. Note to self, don't buy another touch screen. Air Cal slides behind the 777. I don't know where this American 737's headed. They're headed up here with purpose, wherever they're headed. Definitely don't think we're going to have a runway change. Everybody else is headed the other way, so I don't know what the deal is with that one. Alright, we got quite the rain shower here. Hold on a minute. Everything's getting soaked. Alright guys, sorry about that. Working on trying to keep everything dry. This quick, stupid rain shower blowing through here. Hopefully it doesn't continue that, because the wind is really strong out of the north, and it is blowing all of the rain onto all of our equipment. So we got another Spirit Airlines on the way. Caroline, good afternoon. So again, be wary, we are under the weather at the moment with the rain, so just bear with me. If I could pin that right there, that would be almost perfect. It always seems to happen when we come to Charlotte. I don't know if the rain's going to lighten up enough for us to continue. It's not really the rain that's the problem, it's the wind. I can handle the wind, it's the rain, it's the wind we can't combat at the moment. Strong wind gusts. Get everything all kinds of wet. Dang, that wind has gotten strong. Alright, bear with us. We're going to work on some more, work on trying to get things dried out here. So give us a minute here. I need this. Hold on. Again, bear with us, trying to get everything straightened out here. Watch, we'll do all this work and then it'll stop raining. The weather's striking us just at the perfect opportunity here, looks like. Nice little slowdown. Just enough for us to get situated. Thank you guys again for your patience. Gotta make sure we protect all of the equipment so we can continue to bring you guys these lovely shows that we try to put on for you guys. So thank you for your patience. And of course, like I predicted, as of right now, the rain has stopped where we're standing. No, it hasn't. Still raining. Cheryl, good afternoon. Louis DeHaan, good afternoon as well. Again, thank you guys for the patience there, trying to protect all the equipment. So we'll see this Southwest up close right in our face here in a minute. As a matter of fact, they'll come around to their terminal, which is right here where Spirit's at. You see how close the Spirit birthday cake is. So with that hashtag hub life, we have all of these that have come in for arrival will depart here in just a little while. Meaning departure hour is going to be very, very busy. So if you do see any extra shaking now, it's because I have the umbrella up on our up on our tripod, trying to protect the computer as well as a battery and our cell phone. We've got the rain jacket on the camera, so we're well prepared. It's just hard to scramble to get everything on before everything gets completely soaked. Your host, however, I don't know that I brought my rain jacket with me. I've got a sweatshirt on, a brand new sweatshirt. What's going on, Molly? An issue with Brian Lloyd in a comment or something? I didn't do it, so... Oh, Miss Carolina said it was her fault. She apologizes.
I'm so sorry. That was me. I was picking up my phone and I had left it on, so my fingers like did all the things, and I wasn't looking.
So you heard it from her first.
That was not intentional.
It wasn't intentional, Brian. Again, scrambling to try and get everything under cover and dry here this afternoon. So again, thank you guys for tuning in to a special show here in Charlotte. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Make sure you guys say hello if you feel so inclined to. Enjoy seeing new faces in the chat. So we're getting a little bit of a slowdown now. Again, hashtag hub life, like we said earlier. Very windy afternoon here in Charlotte. We've been on the air almost 2 hours. So we got one coming across the taxiway here. Try to give you flight information for at least this one here. As my phone got wet, making sure, trying to dry it off. That one coming in from Cleveland, American Airlines 1264 from Cleveland. This 737. very welcome, Vincent. We come down here for Miss Carolina's birthday. Went to Carowinds yesterday. She decided that she's never been with me to do a show in Charlotte. She decided she wanted to come out here and for us to do a show. Now my Zoom's not going to be as fluent as normal due to the fact that I've got a cover over the camera, so bear with me there. Can we get a little pilot cam in? Yes, we can. Oh, the air conditioners are in the way. Again, very, very gusty winds here in Charlotte this afternoon. So lots of extra vibrations with the camera. Oh, E175 coming across the taxiway now. That E175 coming in from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Envoy 3672. 1 hour 41 minutes of flight time for that one. What about our CRJ? That one coming in from Chattanooga, Tennessee. 52 minutes of flight time from Chattanooga. Short hop, skip, and a jump. Spirit gets a move on over on the other side. The next arrival is American Airlines 2248 coming in from Cancun, Mexico. 2 hours 15 minutes of flight time for this A321. We passed it already. There it is. This one coming in from Cancun, Mexico. So departure hour, as stated earlier, departure hour should be fantastic. All of our planes coming in, again, like I said, hashtag hub life. It'll be a little bit here before we see any of those movements. Shouldn't be too long before we do start to see some of those departures. Lots of planes that lit up on flight radar, none coming in. We do have another 777 coming in, American Airlines 733 coming in from London Heathrow. No real, don't know what runway they're going to hit. Hopefully, just like the first 777 of the day, we receive this one over here as well. So fingers crossed, we get that other 777 over on 36 left. Yeah, speaking of it, a lot of American Airlines, let's give you guys how much American Airlines we're actually looking at here. It's a sea of the red, white, and blue, or silver, white, and blue, whatever you want to call it. So blame that big shake there on Miss Carolina, kicking our tripod there. So it looks like I got two things that we need to order. We need to order the other headset. We need to order the tripod here this week. I think I'll work on doing the research on what we need for the tripod situation. Maybe we can get Miss Carolina to come out and be on the show. We'll see. Even though she's the world's worst public speaker. It's a true story. I laugh, but it is a true story. That's what is funny, though. All right, so we'll be watching American set. Nope, they went over to the other side, sadly. They flew straight across in front of us, unfortunately. American Airlines 1616 coming in from Kansas City, 1 hour 49 minutes of flight time. That's the one you're looking at now, coming down the taxiway. I'm a little disappointed now that 777 flying over downtown Charlotte. Going to come in over on the right side. Yeah, Derek, that is the truth. See you, Cheryl O. Have a wonderful afternoon. The one coming at us next, coming in from LaGuardia, American Airlines 1150. That one right there, coming in from New York. Trying to make sure everything stays dry, by the way. Still a slight rain shower. Now it looks like the sun's trying to peek out on me here. And again, like I said, hashtag hub life. Everything's going to slow down here for the next few minutes. Then we'll get rapid fire departures out of Charlotte. Steve, good afternoon, good evening over there in the UK, Scotland. 155 likes. Thank you guys for smashing that like button. 45 left to go to reach our like goal for the day. So thank you guys for getting us there. Again, got a little time here while we wait for the big rush of everyone leaving here shortly. couple of departures happening over on the other side. Looks like we might have an A319 getting ready to make their way out of here. Rolling across. Some stuff. So that A319 going out for the end. Got a Delta, looks like. Is that Delta? Oh, finally, an actual Air Canada. I know we stated this earlier. I said Air Canada. I made that mistake, but it was an American Airlines. Air Canada coming across. Air Canada Jazz Aviation 747 coming at us from Toronto, Canada, and that's CRJ 900LR. 1 hour 30 minutes of flight time. Gonna have our first rainy departure here. Guys, let's see. If you guys aren't familiar with Charlotte, I'm not sure about the time frame, but when we start getting departures, it's gonna be absolutely insane with the departures. You saw the arrivals, how quickly they were coming at us. Again, you get a little bit of a slowdown here, and then we'll start getting busy once again. Yep, here we go. We're going to start getting some pushbacks now. Air Canada, is this Air Canada, or did they make it all the way across already? Air Canada's already made their turn. So like I said, we're starting to get our pushbacks here. We've got one right here pushing back. It's A320. Dang, Eddie, that's not good. Getting pounded by the rain, all the flooding over there. Definitely not a good situation down there. You can see a lot of beacons on as I struggle with the umbrella here being right in the way. There's a lot of beacons over here getting ready for pushback and stuff. So again, we'll get very, very busy here in just a little bit. The rain's hit us once again. Looks like downtown Charlotte's cleared out, so hopefully these outer rain bands will go away here shortly. We won't have any more to worry about. Stand Up to Cancer pinging again. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. Hopefully Stand Up to Cancer makes its way this way. I know we've got a lot of folks who really enjoy that livery. We've got a Spirits headed this way. You can see they're loading it there on the left side of your screen. They've got a loading the 777 up with goodies, all the catering needed for its long flight later this afternoon. Yeah, I'm hoping that the rain fizzles out for us too. Hey, something we haven't seen or talked about yet this afternoon. Quite the surprise. Delta Airlines, what? 777 about to land. Yeah, that's going to be on the back side, unfortunately, over behind us. Sad to say, no 777. We did see that one 777 right at the beginning of the show. If you guys weren't tuned in at the beginning of the show, we did have that 777 touchdown from London. Came across. This wind is just absolutely brutal. So Spirit Airlines, I think this Spirit might have actually come in over on the other side, and they're just back taxiing and making their way over here to their terminal. In fact, yeah, they are. Thought maybe they had snuck out on us and went over to the other side, and were trying to depart and decided to depart center, but no, it looks like they came in on the left side over there, or the right side, excuse me, 36 right. So we got the banana. It is good old Carolina red clay. The APU is running on this 777 from Miami. I don't know that it was running earlier. I haven't paid it really no mind, but we'll see in just a second. Yeah, that's the thing in Georgia, North Carolina, got a lot of that red clay. There you go. You can see the 777's APU intake open, as well as the heat being expelled by the APU. We talked to a nice couple from the hotel this morning, or at the hotel that were from Atlanta, on our way during our breakfast this morning. There at the Hyatt. So this one, American Airlines 1960, this one came in from SFO, another San Francisco flight. Second one of the afternoon so far. I think my cell phone is finally biting the dust. So 4 hours, 12 minutes of flight time for that A321 right there, coming in from SFO. Looks like the rain's finally cleared out here a little bit. So I want to remove the rain jacket off the camera here, at least. So I've got full access of zoom here. So lots of planes. Again, we're still waiting for all of the departures. Shouldn't be too much longer here. Had that big rush in, we'll get a big rush out. So we got AirCal here. We also have the stand-up to Cancer, but I think stand-up to Cancer is going to depart over on the other side, sadly. I don't see it coming this way as of right now. And of course the Spirit birthday cake, we've also got an American One World livery here as well. Let's see, how many 777s can we count in this one shot? I see 3. Yeah, we're starting to get some fall color across the state here. Lots of leaves falling yesterday while we were at the theme park. See, there they go, starting their pushbacks. Again, it'll be a mad rush out of Charlotte here shortly. So now that I know exactly what to do for when we get another rainstorm, I'm gonna try to remove our umbrella at the moment because that's in my way. There we go. Trying to get our cell phone to charge here. To keep us going, it has to lay down. Otherwise, it won't. It'll come undone. See, yeah, it's still charging. Our cell phone's about bit the dust here. So there we go. At least charging now. Looks like we're going to have our first departure here. Looks like it's going to be an ERJ, CRJ maybe? CRJ. We've got another one lined up, ready to go. It's like an A319, A320, A320, one of the Airbus A series. So the first one is PSA 5605 headed to Atlanta, Georgia. That CRJ. Getting out of here. The next one, American Airlines 2471 off to Austin, Texas. That A319-100. As you can see, still lots of movements. Hopefully they don't all go to the other side. Hopefully we do get some a lot of center departures here. If you're looking at flight radar, there are a lot of planes on flight radar all over the airport here. Looks like we're going to have another PSA 5438 headed to Madison. That one's making its way down to the end of the runway now. Got another Spirit arrival coming in from New Orleans. NKS 2483 from New Orleans. 1 hour 32 minutes of flight time for the A321. So if you guys are just joining us, this shot right here is about a mile, if not a little more than a mile away. That's Spirit Airlines A321. Did a little Google measuring. Thank you, Lynn. 177 likes. Make sure if you guys haven't yet smashed the like button, please do so. Our ERJ or CRJ. Let me pull this filter really fast. There we go. This thing set to? Again, thank you guys for smashing the like button. 179 likes. Greatly appreciate all of the likes, of course. Glad you guys are enjoying a nice afternoon here in Charlotte. So we do got them lining up down there. Spirit birthday cake on the move. It's too dark with it on, not dark. Try something a little different here. So again, just a reminder, I am a little under the weather. So if you hear me mute the mic, chances are I'm over here hacking up a lung or something. Catch Spirit birthday cake in just a minute. We got another departure here. Looks like another CRJ. So your next departure is going to be American Airlines 3291. That one right there. Headed off to Nashville, Tennessee, that A320-200. NC281, thank you so much. Or 218, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Greatly appreciate that. And thank you guys for tuning in. And again, another bit of a special show here coming at you guys from Charlotte. The Spirit birthday cake gets out of here. Next departure is going to be American Airlines off to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, an A321. Off to Pittsburgh. Next departure is going to be JIA, PSA Airlines 5150 off to Manchester. Going to be doing that in a Mitsubishi CRJ 900LR. Speaking of Spirit Airlines, and we've got a Delta 717. Got the Spirit Banana making their way in. Here we go. We're going to get busy again. Thank you guys for sticking with us, waiting for another busy hour here. Finally, more departures and arrivals. This one right here, off to Los Angeles, American Airlines 1943. Off to Los Angeles, California. Miss Carolina gifted 1 Carolina Aviation membership. That going out to Joseph. Fighting hard against the wind. 197 likes. Thank you guys for smashing that like button. Spirit birthday cake up next, off to Detroit. I think that's where it came in from. So the birthday cake or Skittles livery, whatever you guys may call it, Spirit off to Detroit. So this A320, again, back to Detroit, Michigan. Guys, 200 likes. Miss Carolina coming at you guys with the facts again. So the one coming across the taxiway, let's get you guys some information on that arrival there. That one, American Airlines 854 coming across from Seattle. 4 hours, 24 minutes of flight time there. Again, Spirit off to Detroit. Got another 777 coming at us. Towing this 777 right around the corner here. Southwest pushing back here right directly in front of us. 777 is going to go to a gate, I think, next to that Miami 777. If I'm not mistaken. So Southwest is going to do their thing. They're going to push back. And we got Stand Up to Cancer finally on the move. I thought Stand Up to Cancer might have departed over on the other side. 3-6 right over there. Looks like Stand Up to Cancer will be right here in front of us. So that means we still have Air Cal. Hopefully that one will depart over here as well. A little later on in the afternoon. It's always fun to come to Charlotte and see all the special liveries for American Airlines. I remember one episode I think we saw everybody but Reno Air and Air Cal. I think we saw all of the special liveries the last time we were here in Charlotte. So this American 777 sitting over here looking all pretty, waiting to go to that gate. Got another 777 touching down, American Airlines 725 coming in from Dublin. Arriving, it says in 2 minutes, but it's about to touch down here in just a minute. Sadly, over on the right-hand side. Nothing over here to the left. Do have an arrival. This is American Airlines 1665 coming in at us from Las Vegas. 3 hours, 40 minutes of flight time from Vegas. Next departure, off to Kansas City, American Airlines 1619. This one right here, the 737. Brigitte Klaus, good evening. Oh, it's hard for me to turn the camera back with the heavy wind there. I don't know if you guys... Stand Up to Cancer, where are you headed? American 2215, off to Indianapolis. So if you're in the Indianapolis area, you want to see Stand Up to Cancer, they're headed your way. Something's happened with my computer. Got a Southwest getting ready to roll out here on us. I like how they painted this taxiway line. Instead of it being yellow, it's more like Carolina Panthers blue. It's not even, you know, yellow like your standard airport taxiway line there. Flight control testing being done on that 737. So we move on to our next departure. It's going to be another ERJ. We got another cameo. Wait, where'd you go? United Airlines. First time seeing United. So next arrival is coming in from Orlando, American Airlines 2519. An A321 over there. That A321 gonna go long, go down, turn around, they'll be back this way in just a minute. Southwest getting a move on. It was also an American 737 there in that taxiway or in that alleyway, whatever you want to call it. So the other one is the standard yellow or orange. It looks almost red. Next departure is off to Louisville, Kentucky. American Airlines 3219, another A319 departure. That one on the move. Again, this one off to Louisville. Several planes pushing back here and moving around. Got a couple of 737s. Looks like we've got an A321, an A321 pushing back there, delaying Southwest and American's progress. Next arrival, American 436 coming in from Tampa. 1 hour 16 minutes. Of flight time for this 737. No, excuse me, A321. That one coming across right there, that one coming from Santa Ana, American Airlines 3322, 737 MAX 8, right there, coming at us from Santa Ana. 4 hours exactly flight time for the MAX. Got another 777 taxiing in. Air Cal taxiing out. You can see Air Cal just behind this 777. Got a United pulling in here. United 676 coming in from Denver, Colorado. Next departure, American Airlines 831 off to St. Louis. So this A319 will be off to St. Louis. Then of course we'll figure out where Air Cal is headed to. I'm just excited to see Air Cal over here departing on our side. Air Cal looking like they're number 2 for departure. Number 3, there's a ERJ on the move. So that A321 there in your shot, American Airlines 2870 off to Fort Lauderdale. That is the one rolling out on the runway right now. See a very windy afternoon here. I'm struggling to keep the camera as steady as I would like. So the A321 up and going. Can't watch that bottom monitor. Air Cal off to Chicago here. Let's see, American Airlines 2718. So if you're out in Chicago, Mattman, you might be able to go catch this one. Air Cal headed out to you. 737-800 off to Chicago. One of my favorite liveries. They're the AirCal livery. That 777 still sitting there. The other one pulled up right here, right directly in front of us. Nice looking exec jet departure. Our next departure is going to be American Airlines 1161 off to Austin, Texas. It's going to be a 737-800. Looks like we got plenty more rolling out there for departure as well. The next departure is going to be a CRJ 900 off to Albany. PSA 5404 off to Albany. This one right here. Got an A321 down there now. American Airlines 1711 headed off to Phoenix, Arizona. Headed off to warmer temperatures there in Phoenix. Nice loud departure there. Giving that microphone of mine a workout today. Turned it down, trying to keep it from making that crackling noise. There's nothing we can do about it. All right, this one off to Bluntville. This is Piedmont Airlines, Piedmont 5789 off to Bluntville. Nice strong steady wind blowing up my back. All right, our next departure is headed to Dallas, American Airlines 1709. Off to Dallas Fort Worth, this A321 Neo. And our next one, American Airlines 750 off to Las Vegas, Nevada. Man, trying to get my phone to charge is such a chore. Glad I looked down at it. About 16%. So this one off to Las Vegas. Aviation edits, I don't know that I'll be here for that. Again, I think that's during the week sometime. I'm usually working during the week. I'll let you know when that gets closer, of course. Got a couple more getting ready here for departure. We'll slide down to the end of the runway here shortly. Got Contour on the move. Contour headed to Clarksburg. So you've got one coming in from Nashville, Tennessee, that one right there, taxiing across. That one came in from Nashville, Tennessee. That's 737. Deal is with this 777 right here. This 777 that's still sitting here. They towed it over. Hey, there's Air Canada over here to this international gate. But you can see the tail of Air Canada. And there's CRJ. Look like they're ready for a departure. Still waiting on this A319 to get a move on. There they go, finally. You know, I always forget about halfway through the show that there are people watching us all the time. It's people chilling and hanging out in the rocking chairs just below us. They're in the terminal. I always forget about that. Lar gifted a membership from Miss Carolina once again. Thank you to her. Looks like our next departure is going to be off to Houston, American Airlines 1661. It's going to be a 737-800. Off to the Houston, Texas. A little turn and burn action looks like. Thank you, Ramona. 222 likes. Make sure if you guys haven't yet smashed that like button, please do so. Subscribe as well. It's free. Come back, watch anytime you like. Don't be shy. Say hello if you're hanging out in the chat. Next departure is going to be American Airlines 352 off to Los Angeles. It's going to be that A321 you see making that turn there. Next departure is an American Eagle operated by Envoy. They're headed out to Birmingham. It's E175. Next departure is going to be another PSA 5187 off to Peoria. It's going to be a CRJ 900LR. Got another Spirit Airlines touching down over far left. So on to Spirit Airlines over there. Let's see, where are you coming from? Spirit 2276 coming in from Boston, Massachusetts. Got to Air Canada. Not going to be our next departure, because we do have one departure heading out right now. The departure on the move is headed to Knoxville. ERJ 145 LR off to Knoxville, Tennessee. Should be a short flight for that one. Next up, Air Canada, Jazz 748, headed off to Toronto, Canada. Another CRJ 900LR. All right, this departure here is off to Louisville, American Airlines 2854, off to Louisville, Kentucky. Gonna do it in that A320. Pair of 737s coming off the taxiway. That first one making that left, coming in from Indianapolis, American 3044. Number 2 coming in from Oklahoma City. 2 hours, 5 minutes of flight time for this, a 737 MAX 8, American Airlines 1626. Next on finals, Delta 1429 coming in from Detroit, Michigan. That's 717 about to touch down. We got a 737 out here ready for departure. This one here is off to Minneapolis, American 2802. Sorry, strong winds up here. I was afraid something was about to blow away. Ooh, these wind gusts. Our Delta 717 coming in from Detroit, making its way across the thing. So Don, no, we're set up on the parking garage, 7th floor. Facing out west. I do like the look of the east side, but with Charlotte in the background. But unfortunately, if you guys are familiar with Charlotte Douglas, can't really see the runways over there on the far side. 737 hiding out back there. Got a 777 coming in behind us. American Airlines at 749 coming in from Madrid. 8 hours, 23 minutes of flight time for that one. Again, unfortunately, coming in on the right side. Our next arrival, Republic Airways at 5848 coming in from New York. This one is a Delta connection. E175LR. About to touch down. Over on 36 left. Two deltas in a row. Still no movement out of this 777. Sitting here chilling. I don't know if he's supposed to go to the gate or what's happening. Got a departure about to happen here. American Airlines at 5:06, headed off to Seattle. It's going to be an A321-200. Getting this one off to Seattle. This one's still sitting over here. He must be waiting for a gate right here in front of us. Or something. I can't figure out why he's just chilling here unless there's a gate, an alpha gate that he's waiting for. Spirit Airlines beacon's on, so they'll have that pushback here in a minute. Another cameo. We've got Mesa Airlines, which is United Express, 6194, coming in from Houston, Texas. Get to say a lot of different airlines other than American here in Charlotte. There's United Express. As Delta Connection makes their turn off the taxiway. So I'm on top of the hourly parking garage, hanging out in one of the fire escapes today. I'm hoping that when they finish all the construction of the new runway, I'll be able to go actually be able to go over to the overlook over there and be able to do some plane spotting and some shows from over there. We got too much dirt in the way at the moment. Hard to see all the planes with all the dirt in the way. Looks like we're going to get busy with arrivals here again. That 777 finally moving. Yeah, they're building a new runway in between center and left, or the farthest west runway there. Oh, it was being pulled by a tug. I thought it was under its own power. So they pulled this up here, and now they're pulling it away. I don't know what the deal is. Huh? I don't know yet. I'll tell you where he's at in a minute. Did they go over there? Oh, he's in Frontier. Right behind. They're what? Oh, so she's right down the street from him. Oh, go around over on the other side there. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on down here, but there's a guy laying on his face in the middle of the road. Never a dull moment here at Charlotte, I feel like. See some wild stuff when we come to Charlotte, I swear. I don't know where he went. They've stopped a car right in the middle of the way there. That dude was literally laying on his face. Was the car moving? A couple of Spirit Airlines here. So you're going to hear a lot of horn honking here at the moment because I have no idea what's going on, but there's a car in the way and there's people walking around. I can't show it to you because I'm too high up. We got a departure. Back to the action here. We've got American Airlines 1685 off to Grand Rapids. It's A319. Gust of wind blowing me. All right, so as you can see, Spirit Airlines on the move. American Airlines 1696 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth, our next arrival. About to have another Spirit Airlines pushback, but here comes our Dallas arrival. Etienne, good evening. Oh man, the wind just blowing all around here. There's a 20-second delay on that, by the way, just like there is for us. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines 1857 coming in from Albany. It's going to be an A320. as we stick with Spirit here for a moment. Looks like we might have double banana departures here, depending on which way they're headed. And Daisy and Parrish. Flew these guys almost a year ago to the day. Can we get a smoky start up here for Spirit Airlines? That engine looks dirty, don't it? Maybe it's just a shadow. Let's see. Come on, Spirit. Let's get a smoky start. Battery off. There. So random. Doesn't look like we're gonna get any smoke out of Spirit. That could be a funny joke. Spirit, smoke. Anyway, if you smoke, you know, or are a former smoker, you know. Flight control testing done, maybe? I don't know, I missed it. Trying to give you guys a little bit of a touchdown shot over there. That 737 we were looking at earlier, just sitting alongside the terminal here, still sitting here. About to have a Frontier come around and taxi its way this way. We've got a 777 on the move. That one that came from Miami earlier, they've got the windows sealed up. Looks like that one might be off to the hangar or off to a different gate. Doesn't look like that one's going to fly out anytime soon. So we'll get back to that one in just a minute. Spirit on the move, and an A321 making their way around finally. Good to see we haven't had any hiccups in service today either. I was really worried about that. Both the cell phones not getting good service, but looks like our good old Wi-Fi hotspot coming in clutch for once. Normally that thing is the bane of my existence. Manny-O the Wolf. Seven still pushed back. I don't think it's under its own power. I believe it's being pulled away. So again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in this afternoon. Really appreciate you guys hanging out with us here this afternoon. A little bit of a surprise show, kind of. Doing our normal Sunday thing. Just from a different location. American Airlines 1328. Next arrival, that's coming in from Denver, Colorado at A321. What's up, Tony? Good afternoon. So yeah, that 777 getting towed off to, I assume, either another gate or off to the hangar. Do we still have the Lufthansa? No, that's still about an hour out either way, but we won't see it on our side. Yeah, there it is. The Lufthansa from Munich. It's arriving in 41 minutes. 8 hours, 12 minutes of flight time so far. Don't know that we'll see it. Probably not. Given that it's coming over this way. On the opposite side there. Thank you so much, Tony, with a $30 super chat. Greatly appreciate it, Tony. That pays for the parking here this afternoon. So thank you, Tony. Greatly appreciate it. Glad to see you in the show. Got a departure here. A little 737 action. It's good to be here in Charlotte. Hopefully we don't get rained on. Here we go again with the rain. Hopefully it'll just stay a nice mist. Won't become anything else. So here's hoping. Don't want to have to rush to cover everything up again. Looks like Spirit's going to go down to 36 Center. So we'll have that departure. They're headed off to New Orleans. And the wind is quite gusty. What? Come on, rain, hold off. Just stay east of here. Doesn't look like it's going to. Spirit Airlines entering at 36 Center. Again, they're headed to New Orleans. Stay to the south, stay to the south. That's all I want. For the rain to stay to the south and the east. early rotation, very high departure. Looks like we're about to have a 717 departure here in just a minute from Delta Airlines. As American 1688 from Phoenix Sky Harbor comes across the taxiway in front of us. Three hours, 40 minutes of flight time for that A321 right there directly in front of us. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2127 coming in from Orlando, 1 hour, 11 minutes of flight time for another A321 arrival. Sideshow getting gifted that membership from Miss Carolina. It's a couple gifted memberships here this afternoon. Thank you guys for handing out memberships. Making sure you guys get some memberships. About to have our 717 back to Detroit depart here in just, oh, it's actually headed to Atlanta. Delta 2586 back to Atlanta, Georgia. We had one come in from Detroit a little earlier in the show. So I'm on the hourly deck, Tony. I'm up on 7, hanging out in the fire escape over here. Trying not to blow away, honestly. Really, really, really windy up here this afternoon. And again, if it sounds like I'm sick, I am. Unfortunately. Also, a huge thank you to you guys for subscribing to the channel. About 61. We're up to 61, about 40 new friends today, so thank you guys for liking the show enough to subscribe. Greatly appreciate that. You guys are awesome. Again, thank you guys for hanging out with us. Been on the air 3.5 hours. There goes our 717 off to Atlanta. Finally getting a move on here. Right? No kind of luxuries on board this old dog. Gotta make sure we capture them when we can. Won't be long before they all retire, I feel like. Absolute rocket of departure. Bet they wish they weren't. Right. Got another departure over here. Looks like a little CRJ, ERJ. Love all of these early rotations. Again, the wind very, very strong here this afternoon, so that's why we're getting all the really early rotations. Working out perfect for us. Couple more headed across the field here. Got another arrival, American Airlines 1862 coming in from Las Vegas. Going to be our next arrival. That's 3 hours 38 minutes of flight time for this A321. Contour sliding by us here. So, looks like, let's look at flight radar here a second. Really? Now my cell phone's like, oh, we detected moisture in the thing. Great. So looking at flight radar, we're almost under that hashtag. No, I guess not. I was about to say hashtag hub life. Slow down here for a minute. Still got quite a few arrivals left before we hit that slow down once again. Be nice if we could catch the Lufthansa A350 on this side, but sadly I 100% feel they're going to go to the other side. They're going to go to the right. So they'll be behind us, overlooking downtown Charlotte. Probably gonna put more in it. The phone's just being weird. No, it says it's all right. So the next arrival is American at 10:38 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. 1 hour 29 minutes of flight time for the 737. Oh, you can see him battling that wind. Again, it is a very windy afternoon here in Charlotte. I'm struggling with the wind just as much as they are, unfortunately. So again, that one from Chicago. Just behind that, we've got American Airlines 1841 coming in from New Orleans. That's going to be on a A320-200. See that one arrive shortly. I hear a 777 on the move. Off on the other side though, unfortunately. Maybe it'll make its way over here for departure. That would be fantastic. If it is indeed departing. But I do hear a 777, it sounds like. 247 likes. Thank you guys. 3 likes away from 250. 50 more than what our like goal was. Hopefully we can get some fantastic 777 departures here for you in just a little bit. This wind doesn't knock me over first. Which it may very well do. Envoy 4099 coming in from Hilton Head Island. This is going to be an American Eagle. E175 set to touchdown here in a minute. Can see everybody hanging out, having a good time over there at the observation park. We got over there this morning, there wasn't nobody over there. You see that big dirt hill though, that's what blocks our view. Being able to see what's going on down on the runway. And there is a 777 up on flight radar. So here we go. We might have some 777 action for you here. American Airlines 748 off to Madrid. Looks like that 747 or 747. 777 is on its way this way. Should be one heck of a departure given it how close the departures are to us this afternoon. Still hasn't popped out just yet. Looks like the beacon's on for this 777 too. I can't tell if that's for this one or if it's for somebody behind it. We saw that earlier and I was like, ooh, 777. It is the beacon for that 777. So it looks like that 777 ready to go. This one right here off to Madrid. Again, is American Airlines at 748. So don't go anywhere. Getting ready to have our afternoon 777 departures. Starting now. And there's the other one, like I said. A little double 777 shot. One pushing, one on the way. So again, here we go. 777's getting ready for their departure. That one you're looking at right there on pushback. That's going to be American Airlines 720p off to Rome. So that one there pushing back off to Rome. I'm ready for these 777 departures, by the way. I don't know if you guys know how ready I am for these departures for our 777s. It's one of the highlights for me of coming down here to Charlotte is to get a nice close-up of these departures. All right, Brigitte, Klaus, have a wonderful night. Again, this one, American Airlines 748 off to Madrid. So those are for the members. Our member, excuse me, I can't talk. Our memberships and members can use those emojis. One of the perks of being a member. Nice long shot of that departure. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it, that 777 action. Speaking of 777s, this one off to Rome. Again, it's still sitting here. Hopefully it departs much the same way as that one off to Madrid. Got a Delta 737, something we haven't seen all day. Delta over there on the back side, or I should say way out there. 36 left. Let's see, where did Delta come from? Delta coming in from Salt Lake City. Delta 2070. All the way from Salt Lake City, Utah. What's up, Robbie? Good afternoon. There's quite a bit happening there at the terminals. Got another Spirit Airlines that's come in, so we've seen quite a bit of Spirit today. That Delta, of course, our first Delta 737 of the day. We had a United 737 earlier as well. We missed it. We didn't quite catch that one. Alright, our next departure for center, this one headed off to Des Moines. It's going to be an A319 sitting out there at the end of the runway. So we got one headed off to Des Moines, Iowa. American Airlines 2962. So our Rome 777 finally rolling out here. Please stay on this side. Please depart center. That's all I care about. Got another 777 getting towed around here into the taxiway area there. Got another small departure. Ooh, early rotation for the ERJ 145. So it does appear that our 777 will leave center. Again, that one headed off to Rome. Got a couple more. Look like they're getting ready to push back here from the Bravo gates. Several more headed toward the end of the runway, including our American 720p, again off to Rome. So again, this one, American Airlines 720p off to Rome. Should be another great departure here. Second 777 departure here in the last couple of minutes, last 5 or 10 minutes or so. Got two pushing back right here in front of us. Looks like we might get a nice queue up down at the end of the runway here for departures. Nice inlet condensation there. That's a flight I wouldn't mind being on right about now, off to Rome. Next departure is off to Dallas-Fort Worth, American Airlines 460. This is going to be an A321. Got another CRJ, ERJ on the roll. Saw two of them head down there. Very early and high rotation there. Let's go over to the touchdown zone over there. 737 touching down. That arrival is American 2671. American Airlines, another E175, a CRJ 900. Should be another early rotation for these. These departures are absolutely fantastic in my opinion. Love the early rotation. This one not as early as the other one. Still climbing out in a hurry though. Guys, give me 1 second here. Sorry guys, I had a little phone call from a work colleague. Said his wife trying to get from Baltimore to Raleigh, and they said that the airport wasn't accepting any flights, that it was canceled, and now they're starting engines trying to get going again. I don't know what the deal is. RDU does look a little slow this afternoon. Me and Miss Carolina were looking at it on flight radar. So we got a 737 United, first United 737 of the day. So he was asking me if possibly if it was like the government shutdown or if there was some other issue there at the airport, and I was like, oh, I don't know, I'm in Charlotte. Contour Airlines getting a move on. What time is it? 4:45. Got an American A321 out at the end of the runway ready for departure. Got to get back to flight radar here. This one headed off to Chicago as American Airlines at 5:36. 261 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet today, please do so. And again, if it sounds like I'm sick, it's because I am. So a couple of sniffles here and there today, unfortunately. So again, this one getting ready to head to Chicago. Am I going to stream tomorrow? I doubt it, given that we're doing quite a long stream out here in Charlotte. Yeah, that's what I figured, CE. I figured it might have been weather related. I know the eastern part of the state's getting some rain, or had gotten some rain yesterday. I haven't looked at the radar yet today. I do have to make that drive back to Raleigh tonight. It looked like he was banking right and then he was banking left now. Again, dealing with the strong wind gusts, wind back at us again. Next departure is headed to Phoenix, American Airlines 3046, 737-800. No, sorry, not a 737. A321 off to Phoenix. Big gust of wind. That one almost knocked me down. Good thing I was holding on to the camera and the tripod. Bet these departures are a real rough ride, given the wind conditions here this afternoon. Manio the Wolf on the move. Frontier Airlines. Look at all the CRJ, ERJs ready to roll. Thank goodness. Got that Delta 717 looking like it's headed down that way to get ready to go. Fire departures here. There goes another one. Not giving us no time to check flight radar, are they? This one's not an American. What is this? This looks like an exec jet. Oh man, he barely used any runway. Ramona with a $50 super chat. Holy cow. Ramona, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Huge shout out to our wonderful friend Ramona. Thank you for this channel and the wonderful community. Biscoffs anyway. I know I got some Biscoffs in my bag. Yeah. Got the, I'm still supplied up with Biscoffs. I've got a lot of them left. I only eat them when I do the show. I don't take them in the house and eat them. My kids would devour them if I took them in the house. The only way to make my my Biscoffs last is to keep them in the car. Thank you so much, Ramona. All right, we got a lot of planes sitting out here ready to go, and it looks like Contour are going to be up next. No, another exec jet. Gonna depart. Not gonna use very much runway either. Mrs. Carolina. It's like her 4th or 5th one of the day. Contour Airlines up next. Man, rapid fire out of here. Got a line built up down here, trying to get them out of here as quickly as possible. Not giving your host any time to read off any departure information. One right after the other. Here we go again. Another one. Do love some rapid fire departures. Delta 717 on the move. This is our 3rd one of the day. 2nd one departing. This is what I've been waiting for all day. It's really busy, rapid fire departure session. Been waiting for this all afternoon. Up to you. Depends on this. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Apologies there. This is Carolina asking me a question. As we continue to work through our rapid fire departures here. Like Frontier Airlines is going to be our next departure. Manny O the Wolf getting out of here. Again, like I said, this has been that rapid fire departure I've been waiting for all afternoon. Thank you, Nick D. I know the race is getting ready to start. I might have to turn that on in the background here while I'm bringing you guys the planes. Forgot it started at 5 o'clock. I'm sure one of them is definitely probably headed to Asheville. Again, they were so busy, so many rapid fire departures that I was having a hard time. I can't even click on them fast enough and bring you guys the planes efficiently. I need somebody here to read info. .737's taking their time, getting off the ground. Somebody said those flyaway buses are like ridiculously expensive. But I know exactly what you're talking about. It's service in the northeast, up around Philadelphia and stuff. Or whatever those bus lines are called. But I know exactly what you're talking about the buses. I know I wanted to be over on the other side so that we could capture any views of Panthers, the stadium over there, Bank of America Stadium. But wind's just not in our favor, of course, here this afternoon. So the one you guys are checking out, all the departures out of here at the moment. We do have a 777 lurking. We've got American Airlines at 704. Getting ready to head off to Frankfurt. So that one will be taxiing its way out here in just a minute. This one here that you're checking out is American Airlines at 1478. This one coming from Houston. Thank you, Donald. Greatly appreciate that. Glad we were able to get you on as a subscriber. There's our 777 hanging out down there. We're gonna have to make some more trips to Charlotte given the issues with RDU. We'll be back home this week in RDU later on at some point this week. Don't know if it'll be tomorrow or if we'll go live on Wednesday like we normally do. So this 777 sitting here waiting to go back to Frankfurt. That'll be another good view. Good shot, hopefully. Be our third 777 of the afternoon departing. So we got a couple coming off the runway there. Got another 777 pushing back as well. Don't know that one will come over here. That one's headed to Munich. Hopefully, though, we do get both of these 777s. One to Frankfurt, one to Munich. The one to Frankfurt on the move. You know, I was thinking that same thing, William. I was like, their area code is 704. It's quite interesting. See the wind pretty much blowing across the airport here. If we were over on the observation overlook, would have been very pleasing, I feel like. United 737. Speaking of United, we got Mesa Airlines back to Houston, I believe. Back to Houston for this E175. American 704 off to Frankfurt. That's 777. Did you find it? I can't believe that thing. Huh? How much? That'll last you a little while. So we got that other 777 on the way out. You'll see that one, the tail cross in front of you here in just a moment as American 704 is waiting. They're lined up, forced to wait. Tulip garden. There we go. Is he finally moving? There we go. That 777 finally on the move. Boy, oh boy. This is our 777-200. Do we still have the 777-300 here in Charlotte? I haven't seen it. Very early rotation for the 777. Likes away from 300. This wind today is killer. Thank you, Drew. I wasn't sure if the 300 was still here or not. Wish the wind wasn't trying to blow me down the stairs. Here we go again with the rain. Okay, so a couple hours. Yeah, we won't be here for that. So, next departure is going to be PSA. They're off to Avico. I don't know how to pronounce that. AVOCA. This one right here. Airport code AVP. Miss Carolina's ditched me out here with all the rain. Next departure's off to Buffalo, New York. I'm trying to give you guys flight info now for some of these departures here. Hard to do when you got the rain at your back. And that is a cold, cold rain too. American Airlines 1486. This one off to Buffalo, New York. All right, our 777 off to Munich. Up next, gonna be a nice rain departure here. Gonna turn and burn that 777. Next up, looks like it's going to be Contour Airlines, followed by that United 737-700 we saw a moment ago. Trying to keep things nice and dry so we can keep this show rolling. So United at the end of the runway, where are they headed? United off to Chicago, United at 2155, 737-700. Got an A321 ready to go into the gate there. Now the ERJ 145 departure. Do I hear another 777? I thought I did, but I do not. This one, American Airlines 1791 off to Los Angeles. I know we need bird beak, don't we? Haven't seen that one in a couple of episodes. So this one off to Los Angeles. $282 likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for that update. Make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. I'd like to get to 300, if at all possible, before we end today's broadcast. little Southwest action here. We've seen a lot of CRJ, ERJ departures. Let's go for a little Southwest pilot cam, shall we? Into the farthest one. It's been a minute since we've been able to get the Southwest pilot cam. This one here off to Indianapolis, 737-800. Flipped all the lights on, it looks like, here at the airport. Don't know if you guys will be able to see them or not. Next departure is off to Akron. PSA 5155. Spirit Airlines on the move. Next departure, Piedmont Airlines off to Montgomery. We're actually going slow enough now to let me click on them. Next departure off to Rochester, American Airlines 2320. Couple more headed out for departure. We've got a Lone ERJ 145, Piedmont Airlines headed off to Harrisburg. Thank you, Drew. Have a wonderful evening. I think we got about 30 more minutes left in today's show. I think we'll end around the 6 p.m. hour. Again, I do have to make that 2.5 hour trek home. I gotta get Miss Carolina some food before she gets hangry. She's been enjoying some wonderful snacks that we've got in the car. So about 30 or so minutes left in the day of plane spotting here. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed all we've had this afternoon. Spirit seems to go out at the same time. Got a couple more departures out there at the end. American 562 off to San Diego. It's going to be our next departure. Next departure, American Airlines 2836 off to Oklahoma City. This next departure. Man, we haven't seen too many arrivals here because it's been so busy with departures this afternoon, which is a-okay with me. I am absolutely enjoying the departures here this afternoon, especially given the wind direction. If it were the other way, I don't know. Definitely enjoying the departures when they come from the south. This one is 737-800. $288 likes. We're looking for 12 more. Can we reach 300 in the next 30 minutes? Less than 30 minutes. About 24 minutes now. So if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please smash that like button. Who do I think will win the championship? Ooh, I don't know. Who do I want to win the championship? Not Kyle Larson. Not Joey Logano. Need to get a Toyota in the championship. Hopefully Denny Hamlin pulls off a win today and can make it to the final four. Boy, that looks bumpy, don't it? Watching that Spirit rock and roll down the taxiway there. A couple more Americans to go off in front of Spirit Airlines here. Hopefully that's it for the rain for the next 30 minutes. I need to be able to clean up out here with no rain. So that one you see heading out to the runway, Piedmont Airlines headed to Mobile, Alabama. Tactical Lima, like number 294, 6 likes away from 300. Thank you guys for getting us to 300 this afternoon. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed this edition of the show. Coming back to Charlotte. Our next departure, American 1607 off to Detroit. 1067, excuse me. Off to Detroit, Michigan. 737-800. I thought you were driving home. How you gonna sleep if you're driving? Another CRJ, ERJ departure before Spirit Airlines. This one off to Jackson. Piedmont Airlines 5874. This one off to Airport Code Jan. Now, time for Spirit Airlines. The banana. Spirit's headed to Indianapolis. Spirit 1903. Is that total? Well, that's not good, Harry. I did it once, but never severe enough for me to wreck a car or anything, thank goodness. Thank you, Lisa. Have a wonderful evening. Again, we'll be back home next week. Yeah, we're in Charlotte this afternoon. They are using the 2-3s at home in RDU. Like I told you, the light's coming on. You guys really can't see it, but how many planes have we got in this one shot? How many of them are not American Airlines? None of them. 301 likes. Thank you guys for smashing that like button here. So we got about 15 minutes left in the show. A huge thank you to you guys for getting us to 300 likes. Glad you guys enjoyed Charlotte. Got a couple more headed out here for departure. That American you're looking at there, that's off to Cleveland. American 1267 off to Cleveland, Ohio. Looks like we're going to end on a good note. Looks like we've got American Airlines 724 headed to Dublin. 777 headed this direction. So, we may end up staying, if that one doesn't depart right at 6 o'clock, you guys know the rules. You know, we got to end on a good note. So that 777 off to Dublin will be our last plane of the show, regardless of what time it departs. Unless it turns around and goes to the other way, which I don't think it will. It is on the taxiway, and it has made its way all the way over here. So the chances of it going anywhere else are 0. Sun Country coming around the corner in that Tide Pod livery. Nice to see Sun Country. Just love the way the color pops on the Sun Country Tide Pod livery. Alright, so if the 777 leaves before 6 o'clock, then obviously 6 o'clock will be our end time. That 777 on the move, or vice versa. It's either 6 o'clock or it's the 777. Got an American 737 on the move. That one's going to rotate early, surprisingly. Tide Pod's hung up over here. He's got to come on around, but I think there's a Frontier or something on the move as well. So there you go. You see American 724 off to Dublin, 777-200. So if this one leaves before 6 o'clock, obviously we'll stay till 6. If it doesn't leave before 6, then we hang out till it leaves. Either way, we're getting the 777. Got a Delta 737 on the move. I think that's what Sun Country's waiting on. Waiting on Delta, as well as a couple of Frontier look like they're on the radar as well. Ooh, I gotta sneeze. Thought I had to sneeze. Didn't work out. Is that 777 going to go all the way down to the end of 36 center? Let's make sure we don't have any more 777s lined up and ready to go. Doesn't look like we've got any more. Does the A350 still leave around 7:30? I don't even know. Haven't been down here to Charlotte in a hot minute, as you guys can tell. Will the 777 turn and burn? Looks like it's going to turn and simmer. You guys hear the Delta 737 in front of us. So that 777 off to Dublin. Next departure is going to be American Airlines 1786 off to Memphis, Tennessee. Hopefully we can get that Delta departure here before we end tonight's show. Maybe we'll make Delta our last plane of the evening. We have about 4 minutes left in the day. Give Delta a little time in the spotlight here. Next departure, American Airlines 2605 off to Burlington, A319. There's our Delta, our last departure of the night. Delta in this 737-900 off to Salt Lake City. So Delta off to Salt Lake City, Utah. Of course, we'll check for any more 777s here before we decide to leave the air. I don't see any more at the moment. Likes. Thank you guys so much for smashing that like button. Got our old Mad Dog 717 sliding out here. Well guys, we hope you have enjoyed today's show here from Charlotte Douglas. Greatly appreciate all of the support today, all of the likes, all of the contributions. Thank you guys tons and tons. Again, glad we could get out of Raleigh. We'll be back at RDU sometime this week. If not tomorrow, then probably Wednesday evening. Do a short show depending on the runways and the closures. Still dealing with the runway closures up there, sadly. So again, thank you guys. Once again, had a wonderful time here in Charlotte. Can also thank Miss Carolina for doing that. It is her birthday yesterday. She decided she wanted to do a show down here for her birthday. So thank you guys again for tuning in. Thank you guys for all of the birthday wishes. We will see you again in RDU. Night, everybody.